Welcome everybody to the Santa Rita Union School Board meeting. I would like to call this meeting to order at 5:02. Sarah, can we go ahead and start pledge of allegiance?
I'll do roll call first.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Roll call.
Mr. Neil Patel,
Present.
Miss Alvariano,
Present.
Miss Sarah Turner,
Present.
Miss Cindy Lopez.
Present.
Mr. Jacob Sandoval will be joining us shortly.
And Ms. Sarah, can you-
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, can I get a motion for approval of board agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion 4-0.
Okay, today in closed session. Sorry, sorry. We have 2.1 potential litigation, government code section 54956.8 and 54956.9. 2.2 public employee performance evaluation, government code section 54957. And 2.3 conference with labor negotiation, government code section 54957.6. Is there any public comments?
We do not have public comments.
Can I get a motion for closed session at 5:04?
So motioned.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion 5-0.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Santa Rita Union School District Board meeting. We're going to reconvene back into open session. During closed session, no actions were taken, so there's nothing to report back on. We're going to move to approval of a consent agenda item.
I have a request to amend our personnel consent agenda items. Ms. Panetta, behavior aide, has rescinded her resignation, and so that's a change on our personnel action list.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the item with the amendment?
So motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion 5-0.
Okay, thank you, everybody. And I think there was going to be a request for,
Yes, Mr. President, if, could we please move, we'd already approved the agenda, but can we move 10.2 to the top so that we could start with the recognition of our retirees?
yeah, definitely.
Hang on.
Is that a motion or?
No, it's okay. We can just start with that item. Okay, so we're going to move on to item 10.2, which is approval of board resolutions of appreciation for district retirees.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone. It is important for the Board of Education to recognize employees who have dedicated their lives to the district. Tonight, we are honoring 7 retirees who have given us a combined total of 134 years altogether.
Wow.
Their stories and long careers matter to us. It is then an honor for me to tell you a little bit more about them tonight. I asked them a couple of questions. What is one thing that you will miss the most about your job? And what is your most memorable time with Santa Rita Union School District? So I'll share with you a little bit of what some of them decided to share. Ms. Norma Bozo, school secretary, she indicated that the one thing that she's going to miss the most is the kids. It has always been about them. What was one memorable time you had with the district? And this is what she shared. My most cherished memory of La Jolla was the evening we hosted our first ever father-daughter night. The atmosphere was pure magic. Young girls that arrived transformed into princesses, beaming as their fathers proudly escorted them into the room. We had completely reimagined the multi-purpose space, elevating it with crisp white linen tablecloths, a formal dinner, and the amazing dessert bar created by the great moms who were dying to watch the event unfold. Yet, the true highlight came with the announcement of the father-daughter dance, watching those young girls escorted to the dance floor, holding on to their father's arm, and create such profound lifelong memories with their fathers was deeply moving. That night and the many successful events that followed remain the achievements I am most proud of from my time at La Jolla. I will truly miss the whole La Jolla community, the kids, the families, and all of the coworkers that became lifelong friends. Thank you for the last 32 years. I've been truly blessed. Mr. Chris Dibble, math teacher at Gavilan View Middle School. When we asked the questions, he simply stated the humor of the students. That is definitely what I will miss the most. Ms. Landa Peak, elementary teacher at La Jolla. Secondly, also indicated, I will miss the students as well. Her most memorable time, this is what she indicated. I was blessed to work with some wonderful teachers and staff. Teaching has changed a great deal since I started teaching about 45 years ago. I still get excited when a child can put sounds together and read a word, or recognize the number of, or sing one of our poems or songs. I will continue working at Yosel with the Youth Orchestra of Salinas. So I hope to see many of our Santa Rita students there. Thank you, Santa Rita Union School District, for the wonderful teaching career. Ms. Laura de la Cruz, lead food service assistant. What she will miss the most is the children. I have watched them grow from TK to 5th grade. The staff at New Republic are my family, my home away from home. The most memorable time for her, this is what she indicated, the last 25 years have been all memorable, starting as food service assistant part-time. to a lead in the kitchen full-time. I simply love my job. Mr. Peter Fleming, special ed teacher. The one thing that he will miss the most is working side by side with the talented and dedicated staff who go above and beyond to support our students. The most memorable time? There are so many memorable experiences, but overall, seeing students experience the joy of learning. Ms. Carmen Landesuri, food service lead. The one thing that she will miss the most are the students she used to serve and the staff who became her family. Seeing the joy on their faces when they ate the food her colleagues and herself made was the best feeling in the world. It also brings me such pride and happiness to have worked in the district that both my children and I attended. Her most memorable time, she indicated that it's when she contributed to the successful making of Gavilan View, a Blue Zone school. It was such a fun experience, from growing fresh vegetables in the school garden and learning new recipes to participating in the parent-staff walking group. Retirees, on behalf of our students, thank you. Thank you for keeping our facilities clean and safe, for the times you served a meal to our students, for greeting them every morning, for assisting them when visiting the school office, for being a mentor and a tutor, for the many teachings and support you gave both inside and outside of the classroom, for encouraging them to do the right thing, but mainly for not giving up on them. Our hope is that as you begin this new phase in your life, you do so with the same level of passion and enthusiasm that you have shown for decades to the students and staff of the district. To your families, thank you for sharing your loved ones with our students or staff. So with that, we wish you the best for good health, happiness, and you have all kinds of freedom ahead of you. So I would like to pass it back to our superintendent, Dr. Alderman. Thank you.
I believe. And I believe our board trustees will be reading each resolution, and they have kind of passed those down and made some determination. So.
And then after each resolution, if the retiree would like to say a few words, we'd definitely appreciate it after every resolution. Okay. Mr. Patel?
Thank you very, very much. I'm honored to present this resolution for Laura de la Cruz. Before I go into it, we met over a decade ago, and I still remember Pizza Factory. And I was running for office, and the one major thing I remember was you saying, make sure you take care of the classified. You know, we're just as important as everybody else. And to this day, you know, I hope as a board, you know, we've consistently tried to honor that, you know. And so I'm just very pleased to present this resolution. Here I go. All right. Here we go. Resolution of appreciation. Whereas Laura de la Cruz has served as a food service lead and other classified positions for 25 years. And whereas Laura de la Cruz has served the Santa Rita Union School District as school faithfully since 2001. And whereas during this period, she has made significant contributions to the education of children. And whereas her service to the district was exemplified by dedication, consistency, and professionalism. And whereas she has resigned from her position effective June 30th, 2026. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Trustees that as an expression of gratitude to present it to Laura de la Cruz that this resolution has been made part of the official minutes of this body, and that a properly signed copy of this resolution be presented to Laura de la Cruz in order that she may know of this board's appreciation of her service she has performed. Passed and adopted on this day, the 10th day of June, 2026. And from all of us, I just want to say we love you. Thank you for dedicating your life to our community and the most vulnerable, which is our children. and providing sustenance that is vitally needed in the learning overall complex of getting students to be educated, you have played a vital role. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you. It is my honor to present this resolution to you. I'll leave it right here for you. I'll go ahead and close it. And also, we have a little token of growth and eternal life through the cactuses here, you
Yes.
know, so thank you so much.
Am I supposed to speak or what?
If you would like.
You will like.
Is this on? Well, I know everybody knows me here. Yes, the last 25 years has been amazing. The children are what most important, and the staff, actually, the schools. They become a part of my family. The kids, like I said, I get to watch them grow. You know, even in adults, they remember me. You know, it's gonna be hard for me to be home, but it's time. It's time for me to retire. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Ms. Cindy Lopez.
Before the Board of Trustees of the Santa Rita Union School District, Resolution Number 26.06.09, Resolution of Appreciation, whereas Norma Bozo has served as a school secretary and other classified positions for 32 years. And where Norma Bozo has served the Santa Rita Union School District as school faithfully since 1994. And whereas during this period of time, she has made significant contribution to the education of children, and where for service to the district was exemplified by dedication, consistency, and professionalism. And where she has resigned from her position effective June 30th, 2026. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Trustees that an expression of gratitude be presented to Norma Bozo, that this resolution be made a part of the official minutes of this body, and that a properly signed copy of this resolution be presented to Norma Bozo in order that she may know of this board's appreciation of the service she has performed. Passed and adopted this 10th day of June 2026, Board of Trustees of the Santa Rita Union School District. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I wasn't planning on saying too much, but there's one thing I never did not look forward to coming to work. I had rough days. You know, there were busy days, crazy days, extremely fun days, but there's never been a day that I didn't want to come to work. And I'm grateful that I had a career like that. Not everybody can say that. And it's because of all of the people, my families, my coworkers, the leadership of the district, everything. So thank you for making the last 32 years great.
Ms. Salvañón.
Before the Board of Trustees of the Santa Rita Union School District, Resolution Number 26.06.13. Resolution of Appreciation, whereas Christopher Dibble has served as a teacher for 4 years, and whereas Christopher Dibble has served the Santa Rita Union District faithfully since 2022 as a classroom teacher, and whereas during this period of time, he has made significant contributions to the education of children, and whereas his service to the district was exemplified by dedication, consistency, and professionalism. And whereas he has resigned from his position effective June 1st, 2026. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Trustees that an expression of gratitude be presented to Christopher Dibble, that this resolution be made a part of the official minutes of this body, and that a properly signed copy of this resolution be presented to Christopher Dibble, in order that he may know of this board's appreciation of the service he has performed. Passed and adopted this 10th day of June, 2026. The Board of Trustees of Santa Rita Union School District. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So I have another one. Before the Board of the Trustees of the Santa Rita Union School District, Resolution Number 26.06.14, Resolution of Appreciation. Whereas Carmen Landazuri has served as a food service lead and other classified positions for 27 years. And whereas Carmen Landazuri has served the Santa Rita Union School District as school faithfully since 1998. And whereas during the period of time, she has made significant contributions to the education of children, and whereas her service to the district was exemplified by dedication, consistency, and professionalism. And whereas she has resigned from her position effective October 9th, 2025 or 6. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Trustees that an expression of gratitude be presented to Carmen Landazuri, as this resolution be made a part of the official minutes of this body, and that a properly signed copy of this resolution be presented to Carmen Landazuri in order that she may know of this board's appreciation of the service she has performed. Passed and adopted this 10th day of June, 2026, Board of Trustees of the Santa Rita School District.
And we have her daughter who will be receiving the resolution.
I'm Marisela, so I'm Carmen's daughter. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to be here. She would have loved it, but circumstances. I know she loved being here, and I know she's so appreciative for all those years she had here. I just hear wonderful stories of her all the time, of the days back then with Elvia, with Patel, with everyone. So I know she just wants to give that gratitude back, and she's just so sad to leave, but it's a new beginning.
Sarah Curtis.
I'm going to get through this. I'm going to make it. Here we go. Before the Board of Trustees of the Santa Rita Union School District, Resolution Number 26.06.1 run, Resolution of Appreciation. Whereas Landa Peak has served as a teacher for 27 years, and whereas Landa Peak has served the Santa Rita Union School District faithfully since 1999 as a classroom teacher, and whereas during this period of time, she has made significant contributions to the education of children, and whereas her service to the district was exemplified by dedication, consistency, and professionalism, and whereas she has resigned from her position effective June 1st, 2026, now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Trustees that an expression of gratitude be presented to Landa Peak, but that this resolution be made a part of the official minutes of this body, and that a properly signed copy of this resolution be presented to Landa Peak in order that she may know of this board's appreciation of the service she has performed. Passed and adopted this 10th day of June, 2026, Board of Trustees of the Santa Rita Union School District.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Just thank you. Thank you, Santa Rita. It's been a pleasure. It's been a wild ride at times, but I, like Norma, can say that I loved coming to school. I loved playing with children and teaching and just seeing the little lights click on. And I am going to miss it. I am definitely going to miss it, but looking forward to some new adventures. So thank you all.
Can I just say one thing? Landa, congratulations, and all the retirees. But I remember meeting you because your sister Kelly was my partner in kindergarten at La Jolla School. And since then, I mean, we go back so many years, and all I heard was really good things about your teaching and how much you loved children. So through Kelly, we hope that you continue to come and substitute for us.
And just visit the library and read stories to children.
That'd be good.
I'd like to do that, but no substitute.
So thank you, Landa, and it was a pleasure just continuing our friendship.
Mr. Patel?
Where's Victor? He's not here, is he? Where is he? Well, I'm sure he'll see this on video. I used to be in real estate, and I understand the difficulties of building things and maintaining them. But what Victor did for this district goes way beyond, from maintenance, operations to transportation. You got to have, like an octopus, going out and taking care of and putting out fires. And I wish he was here to hear these words, but Victor, I just want to say thank you for your service. You came in at the right time when our district needed you, and you helped upgrade, build, renovate, and kept this district up to date and kept everything running smoothly. So I want to say thank you. I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution now, if that's possible. Okay, here we go. Resolution of appreciation. Whereas Victor Sandoval has served as Director of Maintenance, Operations, Facilities, and Transportation position for 7 years. Whereas Victor Sandoval has served the Santa Rita Union School District as school faithfully since 2019. And whereas during the period of time he has made significant contributions to the education of children. And whereas his service to this district was exemplified by dedication, consistency, and professionalism. And whereas he has resigned from his position effective July 16, 2026. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Trustees that as an expression of gratitude be presented to Victor Sandoval, that this resolution be made part of the official minutes of this body, and that a properly signed copy of this resolution be presented to Victor Sandoval in order that he may know of this board's appreciation of the service he has performed. Passed and adopted on the 10th day of June 2026 by the Board of Trustees of Santa Rita Union School District. Victor, I had a little problem at the house, needs to be fixed. I'm not sure it's a roof issue, but we'll talk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before the Board of Trustees of the Santa Rita Union School District, Resolution 26.06.10, Resolution of Appreciation. Whereas Peter Fleming has served as a teacher for 12 years, and whereas Peter Fleming has served the Santa Rita Union District faithfully since 2014 as a classroom teacher, whereas during this period of time he has made significant contributions to the education of children, whereas his service to the district was exemplified by dedication, consistency, and professionalism, and whereas he has resigned from a position effective June 1st, 2026, now therefore be resolved by the Board of Trustees that an expression of gratitude be presented to Peter Fleming, that this resolution be part of the official minutes of this body, and that a properly signed copy of this resolution be presented to Peter Fleming in order that he may know of this board's appreciation of the service he has performed. Passed and adopted this 10th day of June, 2026, Board of Trustees of the Santa Rita Union District. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Carmen. Nice. Claudia, sorry. Thank you. It's been an honor to serve as a RSP teacher here at Santa Rita, and the time has gone by really fast. But I'm very grateful for the students and their families and the wonderful staff here in the school district. It's a wonderful little school district, and I'm very grateful that that I got to play a small part in it for the past 12 years. And thank you so much, Claudia, for the plant. And thank you for the recognition, and congratulations to all the retirees. Thank you.
So I want to say thank you and to you and your families. I'm a product of this district, and I always feel like the staff is kind of what made the experience. So thank you for being part of the experience for all our students that have come through the doors. I think it's a wonderful thing to have awesome staff and team members that, kind of make it a great school. We say it's the school where the little district that everybody learns and grows. So I just want to say thank you. And also, if we can take a picture with the retirees in the front, if you don't mind, and with your families as well, and we can move up here in the front.
More like an end piece.
It's gonna get close. Yeah, yeah. I bought that really good camera that I never bring, and I say it every single time. Every single time. I need to just keep it in here. Yeah. Yeah, I can get you. Go ahead, Stu. There we go. You're good. No, you're good. Beautiful.
We'll take a quick couple minute breaks, 5 minutes, just that way people can kind of Get back started. We still need to approve the resolution. So if I can get a motion to approve.
So motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion 5-0.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We're gonna move on 6.0 School District Spotlight, Santa Rita by National Teachers.
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. I am giving my time up in my director's meeting to introduce to you this evening our binational teachers, and I'm going to turn it over to them and let them do the work. Maestras. I just want to share, I also have the privilege of having them live in my home these days, and I don't want them to go back. So they can stay, even though I'm never home.
The reality series.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a honor to be here to represent Mexico. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and show our project. We are the binational teachers. My name is Montserrat Ochoa Gamiño. Feel free to call me Mon. And
hello, my name is Miriam Janet Carranza Tinoco. I'm from Morelia, Michoacán, and I'm an elementary school teacher.
Hi, I am Yesenia Lopez. I am a teacher for the primary school in Mexico, and I am for Guadalajara, Jalisco.
So it's a great opportunity. We are very, very grateful for being here to share and learn with you. And the binational migrant education program in our country, it's the opportunity to collaborate the Mexican government with the US government to create the best possibilities for the students and the migrant community in the United States. So we are here. I already participated in this program in 2023. And I had the opportunity to share and learn with the students and their community in the state of Oregon. So after that, I really felt in love with the program and the beautiful and hard work the program and the community does for the students and their families. So that I decided to participate again. And well, here I am. I'm really excited to this opportunity. I think that binational migrant education program, it's a great opportunity, not just for professional learning, also in the personal way. It allows us to develop teaching techniques, but also allows the students to connect with them, to feeling proud of them and who they are and capable of all the things that they are possible to do in the future. So I think that my personal goal is to create community with the students. So that I decided to create a project called Los Colores de mi Tierra, Michoacán lindo y querido, because I'm from Michoacán and I think that every person has a different color and this diversity make us a community. En este proyecto que realizo con los estudiantes está basado en la cultura purépecha, que es propia de mi estado, organizado por su bandera que representa la fuerza, que representa la comunidad y representa el trabajo en equipo, en 4 colores, en donde a través de los colores hacemos un viaje, conocemos la tierra, la fertilidad, lo que nos genera la tierra de nuestro país y donde ellos son capaces de reconocer a los campesinos, a la agricultura como parte de su identidad. También trabajamos las artesanías, basándonos en una comunidad que se llama la Cañada de los 11 Pueblos en Michoacán, donde elaboramos artesanías. Asimismo, nos enfocamos en una región, la región lacustre de Pátzcuaro, donde realizamos el Día de Muertos y cómo lo que significa cada elemento. A través de los proyectos que realizamos con los estudiantes, que son proyectos transversales, buscamos tener como eje transversal el arte. Sin embargo, a través de los lenguajes artísticos, promovemos que los estudiantes sean capaces de sentir, de expresar, de crear. de utilizar su imaginación y promover el pensamiento creativo en diferentes actividades basándonos en la cultura. Y de esta manera ellos se sientan orgullosos de quiénes son. Algunas de las actividades que hemos hecho con los estudiantes en estos 3 días nos reflejan lo que conocen de México, la emoción que les da el saber que su familia es de México, que utiliza ropa tradicional como nosotras lo hacemos, o bien que reciben un mensaje desde México por los estudiantes mexicanos donde les desean seguridad, donde les desean amor, donde les desean salud, donde les desean estar en un lugar feliz. Y pues bueno, esperamos seguir continuando y realizando actividades cada vez más enriquecedoras. Because the most important thing in the education is building a community and embracing diversity. So we can all learn from one another.
Hi. For me, it's the first time that I participate on this program and the first time that I am traveling to USA, and so I am so excited to be here. Mi proyecto se llama Raíces que Tejen Identidad. En él, bueno, se desarrolla a través de el conocernos, una semana de integración de quiénes somos, temas de interés, las tradiciones textiles que tenemos en México, los colores con los que vivimos, nos caracterizamos por ser muy coloridos, por ser muy llamativos y también, ¿por qué no? Pues la infancia mexicana. Si bien ahora estamos llenos de tecnología, de tabletas, de muchos juegos nuevos, que olvidamos a veces lo que para nosotros, muchos de nosotros fue nuestra infancia. Entonces también retomar todos esos juguetes que a veces ya los vemos como reliquias, como artesanías, como algo que tiene que estar en un museo, mientras no, pues es algo que todavía los niños pueden seguir disfrutando, que conozcan también de nuestras celebraciones, en mi caso a través de una piñata, las máscaras de luchador, también mostrarles no solo las tradiciones y de nuestros pueblos originarios, sino también de las cosas que son más nuevas, más actuales y que sigan siendo tradicionales y típicas de México, que nos caracterizan como comunidad, como fiesta. Entonces, I believe that education can connect people, cultures, and communities, and that is the reason that I joined in on this binational exchange. Yo considero que, o sea, yo amo y respeto las tradiciones y la representación cultural en México, pero también uno de mis propósitos al venir aquí es mostrarles a los niños que no crean que porque ya no están en México, porque ya no están del lugar donde vienen, ya no pueden disfrutar de lo que tienen allá. O sea, entonces, como dije, bueno, estamos rodeados de mucha tecnología. También parte de mi proyecto es no solo ver las artesanías, las cosas típicas que vemos allá y que lo vean como algo lejano, como algo que solamente cuando alguien que viene de allá se los puede mostrar, ¿no? Entonces también a través de mi proyecto con materiales que ellos tienen aquí, que vean que lo pueden hacer a través de la computadora, de la tecnología, que vean que ellos pueden seguir cerca de sus raíces, que ellos son sus raíces. Sus raíces no se quedaron en su lugar de origen, que no sientan que hasta que venga algún maestro binacional puedan tener esa parte de su casa. Entonces yo lo que quiero con este proyecto y con las actividades que voy a hacer es que ellos se puedan dar cuenta que con lo que ellos tienen aquí pueden seguir siendo parte de su lugar de origen. Bueno, porque nosotros hablamos de México porque venimos de México, pero o sea, me doy cuenta al llegar a las aulas que hay niños de Honduras, de El Salvador. Entonces, que yo al venir de México les digo, yo les voy a enseñar de México, pero que vean lo que es del lugar de donde vienes, que no dejas atrás, no, a lo mejor muchos de ellos ni siquiera lo conocieron, pero que ver que también lo que tenemos ahora, las tecnologías, eso les puede permitir atravesar esas fronteras que a lo mejor de forma física no podemos llegar hasta allá, pero que hay la posibilidad de vivirlo y de tenerlo, de conocerlo y que mejor de seguir, que siga siendo parte de ellos.
I think one the most important thing in this project is to teach for all the kids to use the activities for the day by the day. We need to make activities so helpfully for the real life and to create community. My project is called La Vuelta a México en 30 días. It's inspired by Julio Verne, a cultural journey that allows students to discover Mexico through arts, tradition, music, dance, and games. The project goals is to increase creativity, cultural appreciations, inclusion, and sense of belonging. The main activities could be part of dance, music, and traditions. Y me gustaría aquí resaltar una parte muy importante. Este proyecto nace desde hace 2 años aproximadamente, inclusive antes de saber que estaría participando en este programa, dado que en mi comunidad hay muchas familias que vienen a trabajar a Estados Unidos y dejan a sus esposas solas en la comunidad y se hacen cargo de la educación de los niños. Al ser así, hay muchísimas situaciones en el día a día que tenemos que ir resolviendo como maestros y que también tenemos que ir trabajando desde la aula hacia afuera para que esto sea una comunidad donde se creen situaciones favorecedoras para los alumnos, padres de familia, toda la comunidad. Ese proyecto inicia hace 2 años y lo decidí implementar en mi aula y el proyecto se llamaba Sembrando Palabras Cruzando Fronteras. Era la enseñanza de la lengua inglesa dentro del salón de clases y para esto presenté el proyecto ante las autoridades del gobierno de México y fui acreedora a un reconocimiento por la práctica educativa, la innovación de la práctica educativa. Y cuando platicaba con la maestra Maciel, nuestra coordinadora del programa de educación migrante en México, me decía que iba a ser muy enriquecedora la experiencia ahora estando desde el otro lado y comparar las situaciones que ahora viven las familias desde acá. Entonces, como ya bien lo dijeron mis compañeras, it's a great opportunity to be here, to learn, to teach for all the kids. And I want to say thank you for the opportunity to open the schools for all the teachers, for the binational teachers. And you can see little pictures. We work at all this week. So, trabajamos aquí algo de lo que es el barro, que es propio de Capula, cerca de Morelia. Hicimos algunas etiquetas de maletas y estuvimos también trabajando la pintura, la mezcla de pinturas y texturas. Me gustaría decir, this project is not simple about teaching culture, it's about creating meaningful experience where every student feels seen, valued, and empowered. The greatest lesson we can offer is not found in a book, but it helps students understand that their culture, their voice, and their experience matter. Thank you so much. Y bueno, queremos invitarlos a nuestro evento de clausura en la Escuela de Santa Rita. Sería el 1 de julio a las 6 de la tarde en la cafetería. Los esperamos con mucho gusto.
Me sentí como mamá, bien orgullosa y mirar mis pollitas y ahí. I feel like a proud mom. Before I turn over to you, I just want to say that this exchange is so much more. It's about teachers coming from Mexico to see our classrooms and to be part of it and to connect with our students and to bring that cultural piece. But a huge part of this experience is the teachers living in homes with us. So las maestras están viviendo conmigo en mi casa, son parte de la familia desde hoy. Fuimos a ir de compras, we went shopping and they filled the car. So I told them I'm going to have to go back to Mexico with them con las maletas para llevarlos. So if I'm not here in July, that's where I'm at. But it is such a great opportunity, not for them, but for each of us as well. And so to our community out there, we are always looking for host families each summer to support the binational program. It's going to bring you more joy than you know. And so I just want to encourage you, because I'm so proud of them. I'm so excited for what they're bringing to our schools and to our community. And even though I'm never home, and I apologize to them all the time, I'm so sorry, I'm not home. I am so grateful. Pues quiero agradecer a ustedes por todo el trabajo que están haciendo para nuestros niños. El parte ya nada más va a estar aquí 30, 40 días, pero el impacto de estos días van a estar tan grande para toda la vida de los estudiantes y de, pues a mí también. Pues muchísimas gracias, maestras.
Board, did you have any questions or comments?
I just want to say thank you, and thank you. Our community, we have a unique population base, and we need to make sure that we are always connecting them, all of our community, to all the cultures that are here. And Mexico has a unique relationship with the US and California, Arizona, and Texas. But for us, it's about building that partnership and letting people feel confident and educated on cultures and where people come from. And so they feel part of society and feel like they belong. So I just want to say thank you very much. And I look forward to many years, hopefully, of this partnership where we can build stronger relationships between the US and Mexico. And I think you guys are like the ambassadors, if you will, representing Mexico and bringing the culture here, and also taking what you learn here and taking it back there. I think with knowledge and travel and communication, we can build a much better education system, as well as a cultural system where we exchange ideas and expressions and thought and, learn to work together. So thank you so, so much.
Anybody else from the board would like? No.
Muchas gracias por estar aquí y yo me siento bien orgullosa de estar en la mesa directiva en este distrito que abre las puertas a esto, ¿verdad? Es bien bonito porque muchos de nuestros estudiantes o viven allá o se mueven, o como una amiga de mi hija vino a estudiar unos cuantos años y se va a estar regresando, y aprendió el inglés. Entonces es bien bonito saber que ustedes están viniendo para ver más o menos, conocer eso, pero igualmente, como dice, asegurarse que uno no se olvide de la cultura, ¿verdad? Porque a veces sí pasa mucho porque no lo sabemos, no vivimos allá, nomás tenemos una chispita de lo que es México, y es algo bien bonito. Muchas gracias por su tiempo, y espero que estar ahí el 1 de julio.
The kids are so lucky to have you. I'm so proud of what you have accomplished. You've been here, what, a year? No? Oh, they just got here. Wow. Boy.
July 8th.
Yes.
3rd to July 8th.
Oh, the kids are going to be excited. I'm excited. And I'm hoping that maybe during the summer I can come and maybe observe, or you had to come.
Are at Esther Medina, the heart of
Yes,
my granddad over here. So they're at Santa Rita every day along with our regular summer program.
Oh,
So anytime you want to show up
fantastic.
over there.
Muy bien. Y reconozco que Guadalajara y Michoacán y otro país, ¿cuál es?
Bien.
También
Michoacán.
nomás estados.
Sí,
Okay.
Michoacán.
Yeah, yo soy de Guadalajara. So, yes, I know. So Summer, you guys recruited such great gems.
That's
Great
yes,
gems.
we are
They
very
are
lucky.
just unbelievably great. I am so thrilled to meet you, and I will be going to the school to Santa Rita y vamos a vernos otra vez. Okay.
I'm super excited for the children, and thank you for being here and everything that you're bringing to our district. I really appreciate it.
Okay. No, thank you for the presentation. I was part of migrant ed growing up, so I was a migrant student, and so yo entiendo la importancia de tener orgullo en su cultura, porque eso también impacta como hacen en la clase cuando ellos tienen que sentirse orgullosos de donde vienen. So yo creo que eso es una parte muy importante. So muchas gracias. And I'll do my best. It is the day before my birthday, so we'll see. Pero gracias. And thank you also for what you do too for our students. So thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Gracias, maestras. We're going to San Francisco this weekend, so, you know, that's our weekend trip this week. Yes.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 7.1. Is there any comments from SRTA?
No, I did not receive anything from SRTA.
Any comments from CSEA? Okay, thank you. And thank you for joining us today. Superintendent's Cabinet.
Okay, I think we are going to skip Dr. Prather Smith now. Okay. Our CHRO Claudia Ariano, did you have anything to report? Okay. Our Director of Special Education Student Services, Ms. Grundy.
I just have a quick update that we've started off ESY extended school year really well. And I just huge thank you to the teachers and paras and school nurse and behavior aides that are making that all happen daily. And thank you for the collaboration from our Gen Ed summer school programming too. Really appreciate all the inclusion opportunities and having it run at the same time. It's just really nice to be doing all that inclusion. We're also running our early childhood team assessment team through June. So just wanted to give a shout out to Andrea Dunn, who's the district nurse on that team, Adriana Mendez, the SLP, Anika Nazir, OT, and then Ali Lombardi, who's our school psychologist doing all the assessments. And then to my program manager, Stephanie Mullenhop, who's not also doing special ed teacher assessments for that team and then coordinating the meeting. So just really appreciate that we're able to continue to assess through the summer and meet that 3-year-old deadline, right? We have to assess right after they turn 3. So we're able to do that with this summer assessment team. So thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, that's it for me.
Our Director of Technology and Innovation, Ms. Krisha Kerpel.
Yes, hello. Just a few updates. I wanted to share the success that we had with our career day on the 21st of May. We had over 30 career professionals at both of our middle schools sharing their career fields and over 1,100 students attending. So it was a really successful day, had a lot of fun and a lot of great feedback from the students from their passports, as well as our community members who joined us and shared their careers. I also wanted to share that our Verizon Innovative Learning Schools has started in full swing. We were able to receive our teacher devices before the end of the school year. So our team did a really nice, fast-paced, quick job in getting our devices out to teachers. They were able, those that wanted to check them out for over the summer so they could get familiar with those devices. We will have the student devices as well as our teacher onboarding starting in the fall when school starts. And the last, I really want to give a huge shout out to the team. Transitioning from the end of the school year with all the device collection. They're all back there right now getting everything fine-tuned for the board meeting and also just getting everything ready for the summer program along with everything for the coming year. So we've got a big summer ahead of us, but they're going to do a great job. So thank you.
Now they can stop me if I'm incorrect, but I am going to make an assumption that our acting chief business officer and our assistant superintendent of ed services don't have a report because they're about to give you their LCAP presentation as well as their budget proposal presentation.
Okay. So we're going to move on to the board and superintendent. We'll start off with Mr. Neil Patel.
Thank you. First of all, I just wanted to congratulate staff and parents and students regarding graduation. You know, every year it's a great opportunity to see the culmination of all the hard work of everyone in the district. So thank you to all staff members and community members who participated. You know, I did go to the one for John Gutierrez Middle School. Once again, great job. I do have one suggestion. I think I personally would request maybe we can move it back to the community center of Salinas. I think it was more formal. We don't have to deal with the weather. We have much better parking options, I think, as well. So that's just a request on my part. And also regarding Verizon, if you could provide us more insight in terms of, when it's available, of the implementation, what are they actually doing with the equipment? How is it merging well with our existing network here at our hardware issues, if there are any, as well as any software that is being implemented? Just a presentation of some type, I'd greatly appreciate. Last but not least, I sit here when we have retirement acknowledgement days like today, when I hear numbers like 30 years, 25 years, and all dedicated to the young, making sure we have a brighter future. So I just feel very proud as an educator and board member and as a community member that we have such dedicated people that work for our districts, and they always keep focused on what's important, which is the young, our future. So once again, commend our district and thank you very much.
Ms. Cindy Lopez?
Same thing as Mr. Patel. I attended both of our promotions, and it was windy over at Rancho. But it was really nice. I want to commend the school and principal, vice principal. I really liked it was my first time doing it, but I really liked that. We went ahead and did the for special education that's hosted in that site, how they went first. It was, super awesome, and I was like just extending my hand out there, not only they want to know, and I was so surprised they all like went in, and shook and like, so it was an awesome experience, to say the least. And then Gavilan View. I mean, Gavilan View, honestly, they do a great job. They show those kids, you're going to shake the hand, Ms. Gailey, Ms. Johnson, all of them, they take their time to put it together and make a great ceremony. And honestly, I know I've shared this before, but when I graduated class of 03, Miss Alva was on the board. So my my certificate has, yes, has her name on there, and so sharing, a stage with her, and then all these years having not only my child but friends, kids graduate. It's a very rewarding thing, and it's awesome too. This is a very small district, but it has heart, and everyone that works here, that comes here, they show that. Like I'll say and say it over again, like Summer, like what she does, what she brings, and make sure that we have like thank you, Melissa, same thing. Like all of you guys are just fabulous, and I'm just so thankful for the time that I've been here. I'm not going anywhere, but I'm just saying, like, I'm just thankful for this time. And so I just wanted to applaud our staff of the great jobs that they do for these promotions, because they are once in a lifetime. And before you know it, you're gonna look back and you're gonna be like, whoa, there were so many emotions. There was girls behind me crying. I wanted to cry because it's so true. Those friends go to different high schools, you just never know. And so it's closing a chapter, starting a new one. It's just beautiful. So yeah, that's it for me.
Ms. Alvarado? Oh, your mic. Alva, your mic.
Where I have to write it down. So on May 14th, I attended the Curriculum Council meeting where Melanie Grundy presented on the special education curriculum. So I found the presentation informative regarding the hope to explore more the 3 curriculums that she presented. We intend to adopt next school year, hopefully. We're going to be looking at the curriculum for special ed and the next school year. And I want to thank Mrs. Grundy and her team. She's got a great team. And I witnessed that at the Special Olympics for their dedication and efforts on behalf of our students and families. And on May 15th, I had the pleasure of attending both McKinnon and New Republic spring concerts. And I was thoroughly impressed by the students' performances. Their voices, confidence, and joy were evident totally through their presentation. and the program. It was an enjoyable morning. When I walked out of there, I walked out of there with a big smile and a good feeling that these kids are really enjoying the arts. Of the arts and the education in our schools. Thank you to the students, music teachers. They were fantastic. They totally put on a good performance. They had so much control of the performance. It was just wonderful to see. So, and also to the families whose hard work made the end of the year spring concert a success. So, attending the promotion ceremonies on May the 26th and the 27th for John Gutierrez Middle School and the Gavilan View Middle School was truly another highlight of my whole year. In spite of everything else that I've, gone to, graduation is just a beautiful thing to be able to attend. Watching our students reach this important milestone filled me with pride and happy tears. Every time I hear the pomp and circumstance, I was sitting right next to Jacob, and I told him, I go, oh my God, I'm going to start crying. I go, it's just so emotional, and it's a lot of, like I said, happy tears. And it was excitement. There was a lot of accomplishments and dreams of these young students, and they were on full display. I too saw some kids that were crying in the back and behind me, and one girl was just shouting so much that I couldn't hear afterwards. So, but I really enjoyed it, and that is part of my every year that I attend these graduations. It's just the end of the school year, and it's sad, but bittersweet. So that's my presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah Turner?
Yes, I know that our retirees have gone home, but I just was thinking because I know so many of them, not just from their work here in the district, which was exemplary, but I know so many of them from their community work and other things. These are people that are not just lights in our district, they're people that are lights in our county and our city. So we're blessed that to have such exemplary employees, and that continues to be true with the people who are staying with us. But just I'm always amazed by the quality of our employees.
How many years total was that, Claudia? 134. Wow.
Thank you. So for myself, I attended the graduations as well. It's always great to see the milestones and the excitement of the parents, because I think it's also like a very proud moment. My last nephew, so he's 8th grade, go back to high school. Um, yeah, I think Mr. Patel kind of reminded me too. I mean, I know it's a discretion in high schools, but I think I did having it at the location does feel like a better spot. It feels more intimate. I know like people were trying to zoom in for photos, but I know at the city building it makes it a lot bit easier. So something for consideration. I attended Career Day through my business, so thank you for putting that on. It was one of the questions I kept asking is like, how much money do you make? And it's interesting like where they're gravitated at first too is like law enforcement, the animals, and that kind of stuff. So it was a good experience. I think to the staff. I wish I could have been at both places, but see, it was only one option. I also attended a city planning commission. So just for everybody's awareness, the Denny's on North Main in Baranda in that little shopping center. They want to, well, there's a business that's trying to put a cannabis place, dispensary in that area there. And they got denied through the first level. And so they appealed it to the planning commission. Essentially, there's a rule that says you can't be within 1,000 feet of school. They're 995 feet from the school. So we're like 5 feet short. I did bring up the point. And the reason I bring this up again, because they have a right to appeal it again to the city council. So there will be another hearing that takes place. People are able to I'll keep people aware of it, but they can make comments through Zoom. And myself and 2 other members of LULAC council that I'm part of showed up, which was good because nobody else really showed up. against it. And we also made them aware that there is a bus stop close by there as well. And there's a laundromat that is frequently used by families, and so kids hang out in that little shopping centers. That was the big thing we were trying to stress is it's like, you know, it's not an adult place. It's like there's kids that actually hang out there while their parents are doing laundry. So just keep everybody in the float. The business lost a lot of money, right? And so they were trying to say like, and so we just reminded them it's like these planning decisions aren't made because of money, right? Because they could have large impacts into the community, you know, for future generations. So just for situational awareness to keep that in mind. And excited for the summer and the planning of our meetings and then getting ready for the new year. Dr. Elwood?
Our biggest news is that we know that the West Area specific plans, some tentative maps have officially been submitted, and so they have been entered into the review process. They are where we saw our last draft of the maps over by Natividad. Directly on that side. And so that's exciting to know that a step has been taken, moving forward to a formal process. And we'll stay in touch with our partners at the city and then with the development as it progresses so that we can then stay on our appropriate timeline for when we need to start construction for our first school in that area. And that's pretty much our biggest news right now.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comments regarding non-agenda items?
Do not have public comments this evening.
Okay, is there any public comments regarding agenda items?
No.
Okay, we're going to move on to 9.1. We're going to open up a public hearing for the 2026-27 LCAP. Is 7:35.
Thank you. I have a brief presentation for you as part of the LCAP annual update. Of course, the full annual update and accompanying documents are available on the board agenda as well as on the district website. And so what I would like to do in our reflection of 25-26 is really consider the progress challenges and our next steps as we look towards 26-27. And so I like to include this timeline. It's been in all of the LCAP presentations, and we are now concluding the 25-26 LCAP, which is the second year of implementation, and moving into our 26-27, year 3. At the end of 26-27, we will be doing a reflection on the 3 years of this LCAP, while also creating the next 3-year plan. And of course, as you know, the LCAP supports our district's strategic plans. Throughout the 10 goals, what we're really focused on are academic achievement, English learner success, student wellness, family engagement, technology access, staff development, and we will look at some of our progress on these goals. The educational partner engagement is a key process in the development of the LCAP. And so that took place through surveys, through meetings at the school sites and district level. The feedback that we received from the town hall was critical in this as well, the town halls. And so we did interact with students, families, staff, school site councils, site ELACs, and the district DLAC, and other community partners with whom we work. And the key themes that emerged were that our highest priority is academic achievement. Continued support for English learners is very important. Student wellness and belonging are important to our community partners. Consistent instructional expectations across schools and strong communication with families. I wanted to zero in on some areas where we did see some real growth. And so you can see here, beginning with that bullseye, our attendance from our baseline year started at 86%. And at the close of this year, we saw 95% attendance rates. At the same time, chronic absenteeism decreased. And so we have that select subgroup of students who are chronically absent. That was reduced from 20% in our baseline year to 12%. Our long-term English learners were reduced from a baseline of 99 students to closing this year with 44 students. For EL progress, we have a highlight at Santa Rita Elementary School, where we have 58 fewer students at the beginning LPAC levels. And finally, family engagement and community feedback remain a strength in our district. And so following the 4 town halls, what we can really reflect on as success is that we received input, we took immediate action, and followed up with parents so that they understood that their voices actually made a difference here in our district. I wanted to zone in on Santa Rita and their LPAC results because we can really see from the baseline in 2023 to where we are now some significant progress. And we believe that the LCAP investment has a role in this. With LCAP funds, we have 2 dedicated English learner specialists assigned to the school site, knowing that they are the school site with the highest population of English learners and need. We have focused on designated and integrated ELD. Ongoing teacher collaboration has been a real priority at that school site to support English language development and literacy. And focused support for multilingual learners. And so you can see these student outcomes. At the beginning level, we have 65 fewer students. At moderately developed, 13 more students moved up into that area. And our writing performance is the domain where we saw the greatest growth. I think that part of what's attributed to that was the problem of practice focus that they had for our instructional rounds this year in speaking and writing. And so we can see that when we invest our time and our resources, we can see movement. District-wide academically, we're receiving our preliminary CASP data. Most of that appears to be in, and we have our end-of-year iReady data, which is our local academic data. Some of our schools maintained or improved, and English learner growth is continuing in several areas. However, academic achievement has remained inconsistent. And so we're looking specifically at grade level spans where we're seeing those outliers, and student groups where we see achievement gaps. And we'll be working with our leadership in the summer in preparation for the new school year to really look at student specific data and really zero in on what our next steps will be to improve student outcomes. And as I said, some schools demonstrated that stable or improving achievement, while other schools did experience some declines. And so we know that we have found some very effective practices and we're seeing them in certain places. And so we want to look at consistent implementation across all schools and grade levels with those practices and with adhering to our scope and sequence plans, staying on top of that pacing so that they're getting their instruction in throughout the school year, et cetera. So we know that our investments made a difference with our Santa Rita LPAC growth. When we know we have focused on intervention this year, but intervention alone is not enough. You have to have the base of Tier 1 instruction, and that's work that Melanie and her team and I have been working on together with our MTSS systems. And we know that consistency matters. And so in order to reduce the variability from between school sites and grade levels, we're going to look at how can we become more consistent in our implementation. So our priorities next year are improving academic achievement, continuing to accelerate EL outcomes across the district, strengthening outcomes for students with disabilities is a key priority, maintaining the gains in attendance and wellness, and continuing to strengthen our family partnerships. Our key investments in the 26-27 LCAP, these are some of the highlights. So for Tier 1 instruction, continuing the work with our academic coaches, PLC Plus and instructional rounds, accelerating EL progress with our EL specialists and ELD support, targeted student support with intervention programs, the implementation of MTSS, support for students with disabilities,
supporting attendance, safety, and wellness with assistant principals, counseling services, and other student supports. We have one of our yard duty supervisors featured there. That's part of what our LCAP is funding for safety. And then continuing to strengthen family partnerships with community engagement and communication. And Summer is planning for a parent conference next year instead of the town halls, based on feedback that we've gathered this year. So looking ahead, our commitment will be to continue to build on those areas of success where we've made some gains. We don't want to drop them. We want to learn from those and replicate them and scale them out. We obviously have to address our areas of concern, and those are going to be some pockets of academics where we see some very noticeable outliers. Strengthening instruction in every classroom, supporting every student, and using data to guide continuous improvement. These are some of our special education students who are preschool age to come in for an art program. And that is my presentation. Are there any questions? That's our future superintendent.
Questions or comments from the board?
You mentioned something about town halls, that we won't be having town halls. Instead, we're going to have what?
So we're gonna do a community town hall, and then we're gonna do a parent conference. So what we heard from our parents is that they wanted an event that was more focused around giving them education and materials around mental and physical health. So we'll host a Saturday full day conference where parents will go to workshops around different areas, have a keynote speaker. Yeah.
Oh, good. Good. Okay.
Any other questions?
Could you go back to the second slide? I think it was the second or third slide where it showed some of the improvements in attendance, chronic absenteeism. I think it was the second one, the third one. Yeah, to me, this was a major kudos here. If we can't get them into the class, how come the data show that we have growth? So that's a huge improvement, 85% to 95%, it's phenomenal. And the one that always gets you is the chronic absenteeism. How do you turn that family, that student around to keep showing up? And so major kudos for that. And the big one for me was the family engagement. We have a huge number, like you said, town halls in various schools, and had various input coming in. And so I think our community parents feel like their input is being listened to, acknowledged, and implemented to a certain extent. So I appreciate that. Can you go forward a couple? What concerns me is the idea that we don't have consistency across the board. For me, I always want to see growth. And when we see growth at certain schools, that's great. But we don't have it against all schools, then I have an issue. And there's various reasons for that. Leadership, type of teachers, community, depending on what feeder schools they come in or the area that they live in. So there are many, variables in there. However, I would like to see data in terms of those inconsistencies over a number of years. So if things aren't working after 3-4 years with whatever we're implementing, sometimes we got to shake things up a little bit, whether it's structure, whether it's leadership, maybe even moving teachers around, whatever we need to do to serve our students and community best. So I'm like 90% happy that, we're making improvement and growth, reducing absenteeism, having increased attendance, more parental input. But I'm always looking out for the underdog here. Who is not rising? What are the issues? What support can we give them? And make sure it's consistent over a number of years. But at some point, if it's not working at those particular sites, then, I would also like to look into other ideas and other strategies that we can implement. So thank you for your very honest and very detailed information that we're getting. I appreciate it, so continue the great work. And, like I said, share best practices, We have PLCs, we have cohort groups that are working from one side to the other, sharing ideas on what's working. Hey, maybe it might work for this side. So continue that. But at the same point, we need to have an end game as well.
Right.
So I'd like to see, I know I don't want to stir the pot here a little bit, but I'm also looking for growth in all sides. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, I'm going to stir the pot. Yeah. One phenomenal job, especially in regards to the chronic absenteeism. And then, that long-term English learners are really a priority of mine. So the focus on that, I'm incredibly grateful. Data that I'd be interested in, and we're going to have to wait for this, are some of the inconsistencies we see, are they being mirrored across the state? Because things that I've noticed in the past is, for instance, you might have all the third graders do really well one year, and then they go in and make the test significantly different the next year, so that it's not just our scores that go down, it's everybody's scores. So I'd love to be able to pick out what is happening locally from something that is being inflicted on us from outside. I'd be interested in seeing, do we have discrepancies, big discrepancies in our iReady data versus what's happening in CASP? Like, were there things that we were surprised about on the state test that we did not expect? I'd also be interested in, I'm a data person, says Becky, she's following the cohorts across time, like what happened in terms of, are we surprised these kids did really well in fourth and then we're not seeing it reflected in fifth, that kind of thing. I'd like to see, which we've talked about before, like a real push on science instruction in general, and potentially seeing the outcome on the science test, but really putting that science foundation under the kids. I work in a school district that has significantly longer elementary minutes than we do here. So that's another thing I think that we need to consider in terms of, do we just need more time? And I know we're meeting the state mandates, but maybe we need more time than that. And then the last thing, it's not reflected here, but it's something that I'm still hearing from the teachers, is talking about student behavior. And we still have teachers that don't feel like they're being successful with classroom management. And if you don't start with that, then you don't have anything. So really looking at helping people to self-identify that this is something that they need help with, and not in a punitive way, but we want to help you. We want this to be peer support. This is not that we think you're a bad teacher, but I want everybody who is a teacher to be happy coming to work. And if you don't feel like you have good classroom management going on, then you're not happy when you're coming to work, and we don't have anything else. So just trying to really support people so that they feel like, hey, I'm supported with behavior from the administration, but also I have control of my own classroom. I know what's happening there. But thank you guys for all the work that's happening. I'm grateful every day.
Thank you. I want to say something. Did you want to say something? No, you don't. Oh, okay. So on this, talking about the same topic, and I think at Curriculum Council, we've discussed about teaching with fidelity is one, and the other one is the cross grade level articulation. So we have talked about that, and I think we probably need to go over that again at Curriculum Council, just so that we can, everybody across the board is teaching supposedly, the curriculum. So that's my take.
Thank you, Alva.
No, and thank you, Sarah. Those are good points. What test was it that was used to measure that there was inconsistencies as far as growth and stuff?
So we have the majority of our preliminary end of year CASP data in for this school year, as well as our end of year iReady data.
Okay. So it was through those two tests where some schools didn't have growth. Yeah. And was it consistent in both tests that you can remember?
Yes.
Yeah. So was it both in tests that were kind of inconsistent? Okay. And which were the schools that you didn't see a growth that you said was inconsistent?
It's so some of the schools that stood out were John Gutierrez,
New Republic, and La Jolla. And once we dug into those, there were certain grade levels that stood out. For instance, oh gosh, now I'm not looking at it. So it was either 7th or 8th grade. But we will dig into the data when we have our summer workshop.
Okay. Summer? Okay.
Yeah, and we will
Okay.
really dive into everything. And by then, even though the state results will still be preliminary because they're preliminary until they're released, they're unlikely to change very much from what we have in our data analysis dashboard.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Mhm.
And then the town halls were amazing. I think that was a great idea, and it kind of showed leadership from our district in general as far as openness to having people kind of give us feedback and then doing the follow-ups. I'm glad you clarified because I did want at least want to have one town hall. So because that's still an open way to kind of new parents who are not necessarily part of it are still going to do the town hall, but we're still going to do the conference, which is something I have friends at other school boards in other cities across state, and that's something that I was hoping eventually we'd kind of get to. So it's good
Yeah.
to hear that.
And we'll have a portion of the conference that will be a parent voice component as well.
Okay.
So kind of our goal is town hall, action, conference, town halls, action, conference, right? So that if not, kind of what we heard from parents is at the last one even was kind of like, we don't have anything to say right now, which is great. We don't, we want that, but
Yeah. Yeah, because I think, I mean, there are some parents that will sign up for the conference, but some that might be intimidated by going to a conference in general. But a town hall feels more
that's my
relaxed.
expertise. So let's see how it goes. My expertise are these giant parent conferences. I ran them for Migrant for 15 years and we had hundreds of parents show up. So
Okay.
so I shouldn't put that out there before we do it, but actually, and I just wanted to add one last thing, a
You write
huge
that
shout.
down.
No, don't write it down. Don't date it. A huge shout out to Dr. Katis, who took over attendance support with me this year. That is her hard work. She put into place lots of supports for our office staff, meetings with them monthly, strategies to engage families. And so that is a reflection of really hard work that she put into that. So I just want to shout her out for that work.
No, I mean, it can only be done one family at a time.
Okay, perfect. Okay, with that, I'm going to close the hearing at 7:55 p.m. And there's no action on this. We're going to move on to 9.2, public hearing for the 2026 July 1st budget and balances in excess of the minimum reserve.
Good evening. Tonight I'm going to present.
I'm sorry, my apologies. Thank you, sir. I'm gonna, yeah, sorry about that. I'm gonna officially opening the hearing at 7:56 p.m.
Good evening. Tonight I'm going to present the proposed budget for 26-27. The slide in front of you summarizes the key assumptions used to build the district's 26-27 budget, proposed budget. One important item to note is the governor's May revision increased the projected COLA to 2.87. However, this budget was built using the more conservative estimate of 2.41% that was available when the budget development began. As the state finalizes, I will return with the necessary adjustments to reflect the final adopted COLA. Sorry. The CalPERS and CalSTRS rates are the official rates for the years on the slide. So this year and then the 2 preceding years. This is the actual student enrollment history, and this chart illustrates the district's enrollment trend. Like many districts throughout California, Santa Rita continues to experience a gradual decline in enrollment for the 26-27 school year. We will continue to use conservative projections as we go forward. This is Fund 01, the general fund. It's pretty much our main fund for everything. And on here, one of the most significant changes reflected here is the impact of the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program, also known as ELOP, funding adjustment. The district had previously reserved approximately 4.4 million related to the 23-24 ELOP penalty. The state has now finalized that adjustment and is planning to apply it to reduce our district's 26-27 allocation. So you're going to see that in these numbers. And then also you'll see that in addition to the ELOP for both the revenues and the expenditures, there's also been some expenditures that we've been reducing as we've been meeting every ongoing for the district's needs, just to make sure that we are staying more in line with what was originally discussed. This is our projected ending fund balance. And as always, we have our revolving, which is the 2,000. We have our 17% reserve for economic uncertainty, which includes the 3% mandated. 2.6 million is committed to ongoing expenditures and obligations, including special education costs, benefits, and other identified needs. And then we have 2.1 million of unrestricted lottery, which we are projecting to use for the upcoming math adoption. This is the multi-year projection, which is a state requirement to show the district's predictions for the upcoming years. At this time, the projection does not yet include the projected ELOP revenue or expenditures and/or expenditures. I will be bringing an updated multi-year projection to the board once the ELOP assumptions have been incorporated. This is Fund 08, the Student Body Fund. This budget reflects expected revenues from student activities, fundraising efforts, along with expenditures that they would have supporting supporting student programs, activities, and events. And these funds are separate from the district's operating funds and are managed for the direct benefit of the students. So they kind of oversee it. For sure in the middle schools, because they have their student body, associated student body, and they vote on, the elementary, it's a little bit different, but yeah. This is the cafeteria fund, supports the district's nutritional service program. Revenues primarily consist of federal and state reimbursements, along with other nutrition-related funding sources.
Nothing exciting there.
Exciting.
Self-sufficient.
Fund 21 is the proceeds from the voter-approved bond measure. Our current bond projects include the completion of the Gavilan View Middle School and the startup for La Jolla School next year. Fund 25 are developer fees collected from new residential and commercial development within the district. And these funds are restricted for facility-related proposed and help offset the impact of the growth on the district's infrastructures. Fund 35, the facility fund account is for specific facility-related revenues and expenditures that are separate from the general fund. This helps the district track facility projects and associated costs while ensuring compliance with accounting requirements. I think I skipped one.
14. I was going to go.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Okay, sorry. Fund 14.
Going to go back.
Deferred maintenance. For the deferred maintenance plan, we have just placed $2,000 as a placeholder to allow us to allocate and approve projects in the coming year once the books are closed. We'll have a better idea of what is available for the projects that we know are forthcoming. And then the last slide is this standardized state forms. We call them, they're called standardized accounting code structure or SACs. I only know them really as SACs because that's what we always say. So sorry about that. But these are forms that will give you the summary of the district's ADA, the cash flow projections, some of the different inter-fund activities that we have happening, criteria and standards, which has a lot of the details of all of the budget components into one, just for the general fund, that is. And then the multi-year projection, and then the technical review where it shows that the district has met the requirements for the budget and the county portion of it, the states too, I should say. So yeah. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Debbie, for the presentation. Questions or comments from the board?
I know that ELOP penalty has been out there for a long time. So the last time we discussed this, they were saying that the penalty couldn't be more than the money that they received. Have they finished? Is that
I can understand.
still
It's cleared
true?
up. So it is
Okay.
not more than what we will receive.
Okay.
The part that was clarified was that we had set aside the 4 million, whatever it was. They will reduce our allocation for 26, 27. So that funding that we have currently in our books will be freed into the beginning fund balance that we will use along with whatever else is there. And we're predicting about another 700,000 that we would get, a little bit more than that. We're estimating 5.1 million. So around that amount.
Are we still going to be able to serve the number of children that we've been serving?
Dr. Katis and I did our budget yesterday and we are good. So we will serve the same number of children. There will be some reduction in a lot of the kind of extra stuff we had because remember we were using previous years to do that. So we will have fully operational programs at all of our site. We'll still be offering our swim, Boys and Girls Club, after school program, pretty much all of it. So
Thank
we
you.
finished that
Thank you. I
yesterday.
appreciate it. And
You're
thank you for the presentation.
Anybody else from the board?
I just want to say, thank you for saying that, Summer, because, like Debbie said, it's across Monterey County, California, we're seeing this decrease in enrollment students. So it's affecting us and, neighboring schools, have to do all of these, cuts and whatnot. And I know that I had voiced about like, we need to make sure that, our teachers, our classified staff, all of them, like, we want to avoid, being there, but these things reflect. So thank you for mentioning, we're still able to do these things, but for parents to know and public to know, like, this is affecting and it's, these numbers are, drastic. And so just so they are aware, and that information is here, and it's open if anybody ever has questions on that. Any parent wants to be like, why or this, or, that's information that they could come and, be, it's open, it's here for us. But I just wanted to point that out there because I know sometimes that understanding's not there. And so it's very important. I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, Ms. Campbell, great presentation.
Thank
you. Just a couple of things. I understand with the COLA coming in, that might mean additional revenues depending on ADA, but we do have facing decreasing enrollment into at least until the next 2-3 years. Hopefully, in the future, the construction happens, we have additional ADA for new homes being built. Having said that, for me, as a board member, I need to be able to, and I've said this before to previous CBOs, I need to be able to trust your numbers. So for me, I'm looking for somebody who can always be consistent in terms of being brutally honest, supportive of the staff, but at the same time, I can't make a decision until I can trust the numbers. And I'm saying I trust you. But that is my expectations of you. Is that to me, presentations here and there, but when the numbers get issued and you present them, I need to be able to trust. So please continue to be brutally honest with us. Present numbers to your best of your ability. Make very conservative assumptions, That's what I look for. So therefore we can always side on the side of, hey, if things don't go perfectly well with the projections, we still have adequate reserves to cover things. So, but one of those steps is err on the side of caution. Please. And I'm so pleased you are here. And I think you have done a great job, like I said today, with presenting the information we need. But continue to do so. But I just always want that being brutally honest and always be conservative in your numbers. Those are my two philosophies. And if I can get those two things from you, you have my support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No questions for me, but thank you for the presentation. We're going to close this hearing at 8:08 p.m. There's no action to be taken. And we're going to move over to 9.3, verbal summary of financial terms of the Chief Business Officer's employment agreement. Just read it. Okay. You want to say anything or you're... Oh, no, I was looking at
Do you for that?
In this situation, do you want, I can go ahead and read it unless you,
Who's gonna read it?
Yeah,
correct.
yeah.
Yes, you should.
Wanted to say anything about the item.
I do not, right now, I don't have anything to say about this particular item. This will be your part, and then I will do the action item.
Okay.
Yes.
Sounds good. Just want to make sure. Yeah. Okay. Government Code Section 54953 C3 of the Brown Act requires an all reports in open session before taking final action on an employment agreement for a local agency senior management position, such as Chief Business Officer. The oral report must summarize any recommended compensation, including salary and/or fringe benefits. The Chief Business Officer employment agreement will be in effect from July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2029. The position is classified as senior management, and compensation will be in accordance with the adopted classified senior management salary schedule. Step 2 for an annual salary of $145,226. The CBO shall be entitled to receive the same health and welfare benefits and other fringe benefits as are offered to other district management employees. This amounts to $78,816 as provided for on the classified senior management salary schedule. This agreement has a total fiscal impact of $224,042. That's item 9.3. And then we're going to move on to item 10.1, which is approval of the Chief Business Officer's employment agreement.
That is correct. So as you know, Ms. Debbie Campbell has been serving as the interim chief business officer for the district. So what you have in front of you is the recommended 3-year employment agreement, which covers from July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2029. Compensation will be in accordance with the currently adopted senior classified management salary schedule, which will have a total financial impact of $224,000 and $42, sorry. Did I say that correctly? Yes.
Okay, perfect. And Debbie, we're excited to have you part officially of taking on the role, and thank you for stepping up. And with that, if I can get a motion to
I
approve.
would love to be the first motion.
There you go.
And I second, but with that, Debbie, just how they said, thank you. Thank you for stepping in because, our situation and it takes courage. And we know that, you have it. Melissa speaks highly of you. I know Mr. Patel could be a little scary, but we want that because we want that transparency and make sure we take our decisions based on numbers. So thank you and congratulations.
And I just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work and please keep asking for help. All new CBOs need help. So that just please keep raising your hand.
Debbie, you've always been there for all the CBOs, and now you're the chief business officer now. So we thank you, and it's been a pleasure to have you you've been with us for how many years? 17 already. Yeah. Good job. Thank you, Debbie. Thanks.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Captain.
Motion 5-0. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Well deserved. Well deserved.
Okay, we're going to move on to 10.3, approval of contract with Emergence for the 2026-27 school year.
Perfect. That's my item. It's on. I'm just pulling it up. So this is a contract. I brought the other contracts for SLPs and OTs to you last time. So this is a contract for additional SLPs, which would fill our positions and take us to the 10 total SLPs that we need district-wide. So that's what this contract is.
So motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, aye.
Motion 5-0.
Okay, 10.4, approval adoption of Orton, is that how you pronounce it?
Overton Gillingham.
Gillingham curriculum. Thank you.
I like to call it OG.
Perfect. So this is what Elva was speaking about. I was able to present at the Curriculum Council in May. We had formed a special ed committee 2 years ago, actually, and started looking at Tier 3 curriculum, but decided to hold off until we got some of our other curriculum we were utilizing better established, if you will. So we revisited that this year and were able to look at Lindenwood Bell, Sonday, and then also Orton Gillingham. Each program was able to present to us, and we did a curriculum dig in and asked questions and got samples and really explored what was going to be best for our students, for our teachers. So a big piece of it was, right, like what program, what does the training look like? What do the ongoing costs of coaching and supporting look like? What does the time and implementation look like? What is the technology piece? So we looked at all those pieces. And so I was able to present it on all three at Curriculum Council. And the team decided that they would like to move forward with Orton Gillingham. So I put a lot more detail in the board item, and I also attached like a sample so you guys kind of could see the scope and sequence of the curriculum. But it is a pretty well-known Tier 3 program. It has multi-sensory pieces. Really, when I say Tier 3, right, we're really targeting our special ed students that really need that in-depth phonemic awareness, fully broken down language to access their reading. So that's what this program would be, is a true Tier 3 literacy curriculum. Any questions?
No, I was going to say thank you, Elva, for attending that and for always having our voice there. So
Well attended. So, I mean, there was a lot of participants, including administration, teacher. So, you know, they know what they need. So, yeah.
It was hard. I mean, all three curriculum had a lot of overlapping similarities. I've actually worked with a couple programs in different districts. So, yeah, I haven't officially used Orton Gillingham, so I'm excited to learn that program. I know a couple sister districts use it. Chartwell, that's the curriculum they use. Carmel Unified. So it is a well-known curriculum that some of our sister districts use.
I just wanted to say, thinking about the presentation and how we're talking about like, the gaps and all of this, I think this is exciting for me because I think that I personally think that that might be a big issue. There's a lot of students that go under the radar and, are not caught. And there is something there. And they're masters, so they're able to, go right along. But unfortunately, in the long run, it hurts them. So this, I think, is super, exciting because if, a student does have this, hopefully this program will be something that I'm looking forward to it and seeing, for you to give us a report later on and how that turns out. But yeah.
thank you.
For the amount that we're going to buy.
Yeah.
Other curriculums are like 80,000, 90,000. So this, I mean, I'm not saying it's a great price.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's reasonable.
Yeah, and this covers our 18 teachers. So this would be our RSP teachers that would be getting the curriculum and the training and the coaching, as well as our mild mod SDC. So that's kind of who we're targeting. And then I would also get trained with my two program managers so we could provide ongoing coaching and support. Make sure that we have a solid implementation.
Okay, with that, can I get a motion to approve?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Captain.
Motion 5-0.
Okay, moving on to 10.5, approval of revised 2026-27 classified confidential salary schedule.
Yes, we're bringing forward the 26-27 classified confidential salary schedule. We have revised the format of it, going from a monthly to an hourly basis, and this is just for pension reporting purposes and to be in compliance with how that is reported to CalPERS. There's no change to the annual amount that is being paid out to the employees. It still will be the same. It's just simply the format going from monthly to an hourly.
Right. I get a motion to approve?
So motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, Captain.
Motion 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Our next regular board meeting will be June 24th, 2026. Is there any suggested future board items?
I have one. Sarah, you mentioned earlier regarding looking at the minutes of instruction. I would like to get a comparison done with our district with neighboring districts. Just, if there are minutes on the table that we have less of, that could drastically be used for specific type of additional support, maybe English reading, writing, speech, math, whatever it may be. So I would like to see maybe a presentation on that, a comparative presentation.
I appreciate that. I was going to mention it too, so thank you. Yeah. The event that the teachers mentioned, what exactly is happening that day?
July 1st is
Yeah.
the clausura. So it will be their students will be performing. They'll have an art show with all of their artesanías that they did. It's kind of like the culminating event from their summer program.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, parents, food.
We'll make sure that you have that info.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I was trying to see if it would be child friendly too. So.
Oh yeah, child friendly. Yes. Full of kids. Great for kids.
Okay, thank you. With that, can I get a motion to adjourn, please? At 8:20?
Oh, so second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, aye.
Motion 5-0.
Hey, have a nice evening, everyone.